They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Stumble at the start for Price's Truth and a very bad stumble for Cast a Coin, who's last. It's God's Angel who sprints out for the lead. Muscle Shoals flashing early speed outside second. Without Pretense tracks in third, 3 lengths off the lead. Rasuli's outside, now losing fourth to Price's Truth. And 5 lengths to Cast a Coin, who's at the back of the pack. God's Angel, with less than a half mile to go, has the lead by 3 parts of a length. Muscle Shoals outside second. First quarter mile in a legitimate 22 3/5. Third place, Price is Truth, now 2.5 lengths off the lead going to the outside. 2.5 further lengths to Without Pretense in fourth. Ray Sully's in second last and a length in front of Cast a Coin, who's saving ground around that turn at the back as they arrive at the top of the stretch. God's Angel, the first to face us. Price is Truth comes to attack on the outside second. Muscle Shoals is one paced. Without Pretense on the grandstand side closing in, and Cast a Coin's now up into fourth. 16th to go, and look out for Without Pretense, who charges to the front. Price is Truth second best to Without Pretense with a nice stretch kick to win. Second, Price is Truth. Close to soda. Additional Sweegle hot dogs, $2, and drafts are just $3. New York Derby Day. Finger Lakes. They're all in the gate, and they're off. A tangled start for Tumbles. It's Camus who dashes out for the lead and opens up by a couple lengths. Carol Said No outside in second. Numeric races in third, 5 lengths off the lead, a space of 3.5 to Tumbles in fourth, who's 2.5 in front of Practical Rachel, who's at the tail of the field. Less than a half mile to go, entry into the turn. Camus leads by 2. Carol Said No, the gray outside second. Numeric tracks in third, 2.5 lengths off the lead. A gap of 3 lengths to Practical Rachel, who's out of last, up into fourth, soon up into a joint third, but 5 lengths off the lead, and Tumbles now at the tail of the field as they arrive at the quarter pole. Camus's lead has been whittled down to a neck as Carol Said No makes her move on the outside second. Practical Rachel saves all the ground into the stretch in third, but still about 5.5 off the lead. They got 1 furlong to go. A tussle between Camus and Carol Said No. Carol Said No gets the upper hand. Practical Rachel up the inside late in third, 3 off the lead, 16th to go. And it's Carol Said No. Carol Said No will prevail over Camus and Practical Rachel. Then it was Numeric. And they're off. It's Paint the Line who jets out for the lead. Coin Jar, though, gets that early lead. Third place belongs to Don't Lose Cruise. Doc Advantage has maneuvered to the outside and has passed the Institute, who's in the 5th and trailing position, and about 4.5, 5 lengths off the lead. 2 horses pressing the pace. Coin Jar to the inside of Paint the Line. A space of 2 to Don't Lose Cruise to the inside of Doc Advantage. Then 3 lengths further to the Institute, who trails the field. First quarter mile, 23 seconds. They're on the turn. Coin Jar, the lead's a half length with 3 furlongs to go. Paint the Line reads outside in second. Doc Advantage nudges the pond to go after the leader. It's 3 wide in third. And then it's Don't Lose Cruise. The Institute will take the overland route, circling up into about the 4 or 5 path as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Coin Jar, the first to face us. Paint the Line is lugging in. Doc Advantage is up in the second, and Doc Advantage challenging for the lead as they got 1 furlong to go. Coin Jar digs in. Doc Advantage to the outside second. Deep stretch. Coin Jar, Doc Advantage, Doc Advantage, Coin Jar. Coin Jar is up to the task and repels Doc Advantage. Paint the Line was third. That's Dime Super, $5.35. Fourth race, Finger Lakes, scratch the 6, hazard pay. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Late pick 5. And they're off. Looks like a pretty good start. It's Evening Edge pounding up for the lead. Love Thyself is towards the inside. Mind of Gold races third. The Institute saves all the ground, or excuse me, Old Mrs. Maysell saves all the ground towards the inside. Had to check there momentarily. Ligon's Legacy is in second last, and 3 lengths to In Traffic, who trails the field as they navigate the first turn and transition to the backstretch. Evening Edge calling the shots on the front end, has the lead by 3. Love Thyself's in second. Oh, Mrs. Maysell. Pink Blinkers towards the inside third. Mind of Gold 3 wide fourth. 3 more lengths of Liggins Legacy, who's about 5 lengths in front of In Traffic at the back. First quarter mile carved down in 24 2/5. Up the backstretch they travel. Evening Edge has the lead by 5. Love Thyself to the outside of Oh, Mrs. Maysell, second and third. 3 lengths to Mind of Gold, who's a clear cut fourth, and 3 lengths in front of Liggins Legacy, who's about 3 lengths in front of In Traffic, who's at the back of the pack. The half in 48 seconds, 3 furlongs from the winning line. Evening Edge, the leads 2 lengths. Love Thyself's a clear cut second. Oh, Mrs. Maysell comes under a busy ride in third. Liggins Legacy from far back in fourth, right to the outside of Oh, Mrs. Maysell. Mind of Gold widest into the stretch, and In Traffic at the tail of the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Evening Edge and Love Thyself, these two have separated themselves from the rest, and they're clear by 10 lengths over Liggins Legacy and In Traffic. 1 furlong to go. A struggle between Evening Edge and Love Thyself. Evening Edge not giving up. Love Thyself, incessant pressure on the outside. Evening Edge, Love Thyself, Love Thyself. Got there, defeating Evening Edge right at the wire. For a start. And they're off. On the blink, Bourbon Slip, Lady Meringue setting out for the lead. Crystal in about the 3 path. Here's Peruvian Princess from about 7th up into 3rd, as only Ladus fouls that one in 5th. Lady Meringue's in 6th to the inside of Jovia's Diva, and they're about 5 off the lead, a gap of about 6 lengths. The Lady of Mercy to the outside of Frosty Karina, then a space of about 5 to Cha-Cha Millie, who's at the tail of the field. On the turn, Peruvian Princess has the lead over Bourbon Slip. Here's On the Blink with a 3 wide bid for the front end. Crystal fouls that one deep on the course in 4th, a length and a half off the lead. And then in 5th, that's only Ladust. Lady of Mercia from far back in the lime green cap is in 6th, about 7 lengths off the lead as they turn into the stretch. On the Blinks, the first to face us, coming off the turn by 2. Crystal's on the outside. Peruvian Princess plugging away at the fence. Lady of Mercy is on the stand side. Then it's Bourbon Slip and only Ladust. 16th to go. It's On the Blink. Who's clear? On the Blink has the lead by 3. On the Blink prevails. Close for second. I think that's Peruvian Princess, but that's a photo with Crystal. And then it was pick 5, 5 of 5, $418.50. 6 race Finger Lakes, scratch the 3 roll the soul, the 6 solo flight, and the 7 I'm gonna. Higgs the gate. And they're off. It's King Royale who wins the break and fires out for the lead. Not my type, though, surging to the front end. Army Proud, Gold Blinkers up into about 2nd. Wingo Star, Jamaica Red outside 3rd and 4th. Connors turned towards the inside 5th. King Royale shuffled 6th, 3 parts of a length to Plex in 7th, who's to the inside of Runaway Roscoe, who's in the 8th and trailing position at about 10 lengths off the lead. Entry into the turn, Not My Type clears off by 2. Army Proud in pursuit 2nd. Wingo Star outside in 3rd, 5 off the lead. 2 lengths, Jamaica Red shaking up Niggled-Upon in 4th. Connors turn, Plex, and Runaway Roscoe make up that next cluster near the back, and King Royale has dropped out of it as they turn into the home stretch. Not My Type trying to pull off an upset at 24-1. Comes off the turn, leading by 2 lengths. Army Proud 2nd. Wingo Star down the center of the course in 3rd. A few more lengths back to Runaway Roscoe and Plex. They run to the 16th pole. Not My Type is fatigued. It's Army Proud who gets every chance of the outside. Army Proud pushing on by. Army Proud in front. Not My Type 2nd. Wingo Star 3rd. Plex 4th. 20 minutes at 4:04 p.m. On the gate. And they're off half a step tardy. Book of Wisdom. It's Equinox set to the offensive by Kevin Navarro, going out for that early lead. Katie King, Lip and Law outside second and third. Last Glory saves all the ground in fourth. Book of Wisdom, 3 wide fifth to the outside of Mia Nipotina, and a length to Turn Up the Music, who's in the seventh and trailing position at about 8 lengths off the lead. It's Equinox on top by a long neck over Lip and Law in second. Last Glory tucked in along the inside in third. A neck back to Katie King within striking range in fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. A space of 4 lengths to Mia Nipotina, as well as Book of Wisdom and Turn Up the Music. First quarter mile, 24 seconds. Up the backstretch they travel. It's Equinox who has the lead by still a half length over Lip and Law, rating outside in second. Katie King 3 wide. Last Glory's at the fence. Those two about 2.5 lengths off the lead. Then 2.5 lengths back to Mia Nipotina, the inside of Turn Up the Music, and 3 lengths to Book of Wisdom, who's now in the seventh and trailing position. The half and 47 and 4/5 on the far turn. Equinox and Katie King now first and second. Katie King trying to get the jump on Equinox, and Equinox now about a half length off the lead. Third place Lip and Law. Last Glory's fourth. Mia Nipotina's in fifth as they turn into the stretch, and it's Katie King who opens up. Katie King with 3/16 to go strides away by 5 lengths. Equinox cannot keep up. It's Last Glory on the outside, up into second momentarily, but with a 16th to go, it's Katie King. Katie King crushes the field, wins by 3.5. Last Glory indeed gets second over Equinox during post time for the 8th and final in about 20 minutes at 4:34 p.m. They're all in the gate, and they're off, hopping the air at the start, Grand Golden Road. It's Blue Eyed Scout who goes out for the lead, Only in My Dreams outside second. Adjustable Rate forwardly placed in third, now up into second, a half length off the lead. Cue the Music towards the inside fourth, a space of 4 lengths to Cozy Magic, who's to the inside of Grand Golden Road, and Jessica's Race towards the inside of the back of the pack. 2 distinct flights, about 7 lengths from top to bottom. Entry into the turn. Adjustable Rate on top by a neck over Blue Eyed Scout, prompting outside second. Only in My Dreams, 3 wide third. Cue the Music towards the inside fourth. 3 lengths back, Grand Golden Road into fifth. The back 2 markers are Cozy Magic and Jessica's Race. As they arrive at the top of the home stretch, it's Only in My Dreams with a 3 wide bid. Blue Eyed Scouts in between horses. Adjustable Rate plugging away at the fence, and then it's Cues of Music on the grandstand side in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead as they run to the 16th pole. A struggle between Blue Eyed Scout and Only in My Dreams, Only in My Dreams, and Blue Eyed Scout head through the stretch. Here comes the winning line. Blue Eyed Scout wins over Only in My Dreams. Exact of $14.82. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes. New York Derby Day here at Finger Lakes. Track at Finger Lakes is fast. Got a 9-race card. And you got about 56 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes. And I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. First race, got a couple scratches. Scratch number 2, Sagamore Mischief, and number 3, Intentious. Sagamore Mischief, Intentious, 2 and 3 out of the first. Second race, no changes in races 2 or in race 3 in the New York Oaks. Skip over the race number 4, got some scratches. Scratch the 1, Sunday's Currency. Scratch number 5, All of a Suddenly. Scratch number 6, Renew the Blue. Sunday's Currency, All of a Suddenly, Renew the Blue, 1, 5, and 6, all scratched from the 4th. Fifth race. No changes in race 5. Race number 6. Scratch number 2, Joe G23. Scratch number 10, Fancy Footwork. Joe G23, Fancy Footwork, 2 and 10 out of the 6th. Seventh race, the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. Scratch number 4, Pompous Prince. Number 4, Pompous Prince, a scratch from the 7th race. Eighth race, New York Derby. No show, no try, no superfecta wagering. Scratch number 4, Max Money. Scratch number 5, Speedster. Scratch number 6, Bravaro. Max Money, Speedster, Bravaro, 4, 5, and 6, all scratched from the 8th race. Ninth and final, there are no changes. That's a look at the scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes on New York Derby Day. Got the $3.50 meal deal today for those of you on track. Sweegle hot dog, bag of chips, 20-ounce soda, $3.50. Additional Sweegle hot dogs, $2, and drafts, just $3. You got the bet and get promotion. Wager $10, win, place, or show in any Finger Lakes race to receive your $10 back in gaming free play. Got about 53 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
All right, welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. It is New York Derby Day, one of our biggest days of the year. We actually have 3 stakes races on today's card. Overall, a great card today. We couldn't have got nicer weather. 80 degrees, sunny, fast racetrack, and some classy horses coming, and some pretty good jockeys and trainers as well. Here for our big events. Get the $150,000 plus New York Derby, the $75,000 New York Oaks, and of course the $50,000 Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. All 3 run at this card. The Oaks is in the 3rd. The 7th, I believe, is the Leon Reed, and then the 8th is the big one, the New York Derby. Unfortunately, we did get a few scratches in there, but it does seem like we have 2 really nice horses battling in, especially the Talk to Me Jimmy and the Gold Coast horse. They look like a possible matchup race, I guess you would call it, in that 8th race. Looking back to the last day we ran, seemed like so long ago, last Wednesday. Congratulations to Dana Saul. Trainer Dana Saul had 3 wins on the card the other day. I think that's the first time that she's had a hat trick, because she's still early in her training career. Obviously the daughter of Beth Miller Saul and the great Sendham Saul from the starting gate, known for that nickname. So congratulations to her with the 3 wins. Jose Baez riding 2 of them to victory, so he had a double as well. And actually, look at the standings. There are 2 females trainer in the top 6. You have Rachel Sells having a pretty good start to the year, and then Dana Saul winning at a very high percentage. Both of them are winning at a pretty good percentage. And then, of course, you got Deborah Breed with the top filly on the grounds in ZN. With that said, let's look at today's card. Remember, 9 races today to make way for those 3 stakes races. And just pay attention to the scratches and how this track is playing throughout the day. Could matter. You'll see Manny Franco will be with us today. He's actually picked up a mount in the first race. Jamie Rodriguez will be with us today. Remember, Jamie was on a roll here at Finger Lakes. He's a 5-time leading jockey when he was here in the past. He's been riding in New York lately and riding very well, by the way. He's always been a really good jockey. We'll talk to him later. All right, first race is a starter. A little higher price for the starter, $17.5. They made it for a claiming price of $12.5 or less since the date, or in for that optional claiming price. And the only one in for the claiming price that didn't scratch was the 8 First Trumpet. Of course, you have one of the top horses from last year, Ola Thabo, but he's in pretty tough. This is probably the toughest spot he's been in. He beat up on the easier starter condition. Now they made this one a little bit tougher. My big question is, how good is Passionate? I mean, he absolutely dominated an allowance field last time. I mean, they could have run around the track again and he'd still win. And that was his first start over the track. I just don't know how good he is. I guess we'll find out today. It is a tougher field, but you can't knock him for staying close up with some decent fractions and just disposing of that field. See if we can make it 2 in a row. I'm going to lean towards him off the impressive performance. The horse I got for second might be a little overlooked here. I mean, Z-Bear has been good going long. I mean, he's good at both distances, going short or long, but it seems like he's been better going long, and he's been against some of the better horses here at the track, and he's still eligible for the 2 State Bred, which you see he was in with sprints, and now he'll try the route. I think the distance is going to help this horse. Maybe a slightly tougher field than the 2 State Bred fields he's been up against the last 2, but I think the distance is really going to help Z-Bear, and he's a little bit of an outsider here. Right now I'm looking at the TVs at odds of 6-1, and with Peak and Passion probably getting most of the play, and Ola Thabo off of the win streak getting some play, I think Z-Bear might be overlooked in here, and I think Z-Bear definitely plays. Yeah, Peak, how good is Peak? I mean this horse, he won a race against starters and then ran in the slop and ran a good second behind a good-looking next out winner. Then he ran second last time, so he'll be making his first Finger Lakes appearance. Gets Manny Franco. He'll get another mount. That means he must have arrived here early to ride Peak. Yeah, Rudy Rodriguez got a couple good ones in today. He means business, and this one certainly would be no surprise in race number 1. Yeah, what do you do with Ola Thabo? I mean, this is the test. I mean, he's dominant against the starters. Let's face it. Every start at Finger Lakes, what is his Finger Lakes record? Like 10 for 16 last? And you look at the last 7 or 8 races of Finger Lakes, what has he lost once? And that was more because of bad tactics than anything, where he just went out there too quick and then ended up getting gobbled up in a route race. Other than that, other than going to try and Churchill Downs where he doesn't belong and Saratoga where he doesn't belong, very ambitiously placed, his races here, he loves this racetrack. And Rachel Sells has done a great job with Olazabal. Remember, he was up for Horse of the Year last year after being a 7-time winner in 2025. If he wins this race, he'll be up for Horse of the Year this year. Tough spot, but maybe he'll be up for it. Kind of get an idea of how good speed is, because remember, you got some of these stakes races really matching up some good early speed, and the way the track plays is going to be a factor in all of these races. We go to the second. It is a beaten 5,000 claimer, going 6 furlongs. Man, it's hard to have a lot of faith in this horse, but it seems like a tactical edge goes with the 2, Callie's Dream, but can this horse seal the deal? You talk about a horse that's been a little bit of a disappointment and burning some money. Last 4 starts, this horse has been a legitimate odds-on favorite and has lost all 4 of them. Well, guess what? He's going to be the favorite again today. Can he finally seal the deal? I just think he's a better favorite today just because he's absolutely lone speed. Well, you know what? Last time he was lone speed, and he still got caught at the wire from Nutsy after going a little bit quick to the half. So if he could control the pace a little better today, maybe he can hold on. Again, I don't have a lot of faith in this horse. When they become a beaten favorite 4 times in a row, you're not gonna go heavy on a horse like that. But he's the speed of the race. He's the speed of the race. He's got the form to win, and he's making the second start off the layoff. A lot of reasons to like him, and there's some reasons to not because of the disappointments. Bastino Santino might be the best option to beat Cal's Dream, mainly because he can improve off his first start off of the layoff. And he was on that heavy, tiring racetrack on June 2nd where you could not win on the front end. I think the first race was won on the front end by a big drop down. But other than that, the rest of the day, inside speed was terrible. And anybody that was close seemed to have a tough time. Keep in mind, they went 47. The track was slow. He still hung around to be third. He probably got something out of that race, especially when you're making your first start on a heavier racetrack. For fitness reasons, that's got to really help him. And he should be nice and fit for this race, as he did take a little bit of another break since then. Main threat, and he won't be that far behind Cal's Dream. The big question mark is going to be the 3 Raw Courage. Nice, you got decent works for Adil Khan. If they run this race last year and they run it going long, you'd really like Raw Courage, especially even if you had a start in them and then they ran this horse race long. But you look at the rest of them. Colton Goes, comes off a dull effort. Makar kind of fits. Just mentioned how good Dana Saul is doing, but horse is off a layoff. Irie Man hasn't done much lately. And Coach Bahi seems to have lost a step. I don't know what's going on with Coach Bahi. Sometimes he can be a little inconsistent and then pop out of nowhere and win a race. But his last race wasn't good. Maybe the turn back will help Coach Bahi. But with that narrowing down like that, maybe Raw Courage, the fresh horse, can get into the number even at the sprint. Yeah, Coach Bahi I used for 4th. You have to respect the horse. For 5,000, if they ran this race a couple years ago for 5,000, there's no doubt Coach Bahi would be the horse to beat. But lately, I mean, his best race was his first start of the year. It's almost like he started off well fresh and then tailing off. I know he's always run well fresh, but he usually keeps that consistency. This year, I don't know, maybe this is a better spot with a turn back. I'm going to use a 4th, but I wouldn't be surprised if Coach Bahi finally finds his stride. All right, let's get going with these stakes races. The 3rd race is the 3-year-old fillies. It's our girls' version of the New York Derby. It's the New York Oaks, a $75,000 stake for the New York breds. Remember, these races are non-Lasix races. So you want to look for horses that have also had experience running without the medication. You also kind of want to look at the distance. I mean, you look at breeding, but you also look at horses that have experience going long. This race, you got a bunch of sprinters stretching out. So maybe a horse like Victory Hall could have a little advantage from a fitness standpoint, from an experience standpoint. I don't know if she's good enough. I like the two horses on the outside. I mean, you got Irish Fortune from the rail is going to be going to the front. And Vanetta and Careless Whisper, they have the option to decide to try to press that horse, or maybe Ray Lou just tries to steal it on the front end. Whatever that scenario is, remember you got these sprinters, they got to carry that speed for the mile and the 16th. So you look a little more at the breeding. Careless Whisper, I like the Instagram. Vanetta's certainly bred to go long as well, but comes off the best number, going 7 furlongs. Keep on, Careless Whisper and Vanetta, they ran against each other in a maiden race in the mud. It was the first start for Careless Whisper, and she improved off it to win. Vanetta, who won the race, ended up being put in the Bowery Stakes, and she improved off of the race to win. So which of these two horses has improved the most since they faced off before? It's a big question, good question, but I like the fact, first of all, I like the fact that they both won going 7 furlongs. Now, a lot of these horses, not just this race, but also the Derby, they haven't gone the 2-turn mile and the 16th. That's a factor. Vanetta is the half to Miss Orb is the half, was the multiple stakes winner going long. Distance shouldn't be a problem. Same thing with Careless Whisper. I look at that dam. The dam's a half to a multiple stakes winner going long. Of course, that was a Giant's Causeway. But the dam they also paid $210,000 for. I like these two. Irish Fortune, you got to respect if she gets loose, but also Victory Hall. They put her in nothing but stakes races, so you know she's got experience not only going long, but running without the medication Lasix. So it shouldn't be a problem coming in here off of Lasix because she hasn't been running on it. Vanetta's the only other horse, I believe, that ran without Lasix in her last start, and that was winning the Bowery Stakes. Could be a factor here in the New York Oaks. Good race. I thought actually Irish Fortune very well bred to go long. If she's able to slow it down at all, or if inside speed's really good, she could be dangerous in here as well. Good Oaks. One of the better Oaks we've had over the last few years. All right, let's go to the 4th race. Scratch the 1, Sunday Currency, the 5, it's the 5, all of a suddenly, and the 6, Renew the Blue. Again, I always look at pace scenario first, and it's a questionable pace scenario where you got Doha Desert and White Sport Coat having a little bit of speed, but they're on the outside. Maybe a Solo Dioro can get the lead from the inside position. I mean, Sunday's Currency scratch, so he's basically the inside horse with the scratch. So, and he's coming off an easy victory. Granted, it wasn't the strongest of field he was up against, and he was just taking care of business, his first race over the track. But I do think he's inside of Hey Pal, who looks like the main threat. That could be an advantage for him going to the front end. So we'll see if Raylu, who's probably going to the front with Irish Fortune, goes to the front the next race with a Solo Dioro. He can't knock his last race. Didn't get a big number for it, but he dominated that field. How good is Hey Pal? Hey Pal ran okay last time to be 3rd. He's had 2 miles. His first one was off a layoff. Probably needed the race. But the last race, maybe they didn't back up to him enough. He was trying to sit and pounce type thing. I'm not sure if he's going to try to be aggressive and try to go after a soldier. I mean, he's got a stablemate White Sport Coat from the outside who may show some speed, and he might be able to set a nice trip in behind. I used Salty Ryan for 3rd. Nice race last time. I didn't even think he won. I mean, that was how close that was. I mean, it was a nose, but it was one of those head-bobbing finish. I don't think he ever passed Almez. It's just he got the bob. Sometimes you get the bob and you're behind the horse. You ended up getting fortunate. And it probably wouldn't have mattered because Almaz would have been DQ'd if Almaz would have won, because Almaz bothered this horse. So it's actually closer than it would have been if there wasn't for the infraction in the late stages of that race. I don't even think did they even put an inquiry up? I think they did, but they didn't realize it was on the second horse or something, or I don't know. But Salty Ryan, off with a good effort, faces winners for the first time, and any improvement for this horse could put him in the winner's circle. I think he's a good price. He's a good price at 8-1. You got other ones in here like Gray-Haired Gus who plays. He's an interesting one because he's bred to go long, but his route race that he had wasn't very good. Maybe needed the race or needed the route. I don't know. We'll see. We go to the 5th. The 5,000 claimers, non-winners of 4 races or have not won 2 races since the date. Yeah, Lincolnville Beach got a rough trip last time. I mean, he got fanned out wide early and just lost interest after that as the speed didn't back up. Sometimes you just got to draw a line through the race when they're just never really in it. And he never was, or she never was. The previous start wasn't bad. She didn't have a great trip at 5.5 either and ran 3rd. She likes this distance. I know she's more of a late runner, but she's a one-run horse that likes 5.5. It's a question of, does she have something to run at? Well, she really doesn't. I thought Tasty Wave might be the main speed, but Lincolnville Beach on the drop might just be better than these and might be overcome any kind of pace scenario in this race. And these are on top. Tasty Wave, I like at 5-1. I think this is a big price for her because it does look like she might be able to control the pace. It all depends on if Ace Up Her Sleeve decides to be aggressive and try to help Lincolnville Beach. Well, they're running as an uncoupled entry. Sometimes we'll see that. I think Mike Ferraro did that the other day. It worked out where he sent the one speed horse and the other one closed and got the victory. So maybe that's what they'll do with these two, maybe help out Lincolnville Beach. But if not, Tasty Wave could find herself with a lonely lead, and she could be tough. I mean, when this horse gets the lead in the stretch, it's tough to go by her. And she's usually not that fast to get the lead because she gets these races with other speed horses. She's really not that quick early, but she's got natural speed that if she does get the lead or get on that front line, she has a chance to keep going, especially at 5.5. Beauty's Bangle ran against Tougher last year, dropped to 5 at the end of the year to be eligible for the waiver claim this year. I don't know where she's at as far as her fitness. She's got some decent works. And again, she's just simply has faced better in the past. And I just don't know about the distance really either. I mean, that's the other question. I think she'll like 6 furlongs better than 5.5. I'm going to go 6.59 though in race number 5. I did throw the 7 Ace Up Her Sleeve for 4th, but she might just be a pace factor in here if they decide to do that. Okay, 6th race, scratch the 2. Joe G, 25. We did get an important scratch in the 10. Fancy footwork. I say important just because I was using the horse. I don't know if it's that important to anybody else, but in on it is the 3 horse. Been running against better maidens than these. It comes off a 2nd place finish. That's good enough to win here, you would think. Going a little bit further, but he does have some route experience. My only knock on this horse is he's had a lot of chances. He's had 16 starts, granted against better maidens than these, but it is a little scary if you're playing this horse. Now, the longer the better. I mean, this horse has got a good number for the distance, so the route should certainly help. His closing style might be an issue if Trinity River gets away, but I do think numbers-wise he's just better than these horses, and maybe he can graduate out of the maiden ranks in this race. But if you look overall, especially lately, I mean, he's knocking at the door. He's hitting the board a lot, but sometimes you got to be concerned about horses that seem to just keep hitting the board and not breaking through to win and stay in the condition for this long. Maybe today's the day. Trinity River does look like the speed. Stopped last time, but may have needed the race. He got out there in front, and it's not like he had it easy. Actually, his stablemate kind of hurt him a little bit because his stablemate outbroke him, which forced him to use a little bit to get to the front, and then Wisecracker went after him after that. So he never really got a break in that race and ended up fading. And again, he probably needed the route race off of the layoff, and now he makes a second start off the layoff. If he's able to get the lead on Wisecracker and Wisecracker leaves him alone a little bit so that he gets like a 49.5 instead of a 47, I think Trinity River has a good chance to go all the way. But that's the scenario that I see. If he does get loose, it might be one of those things where in on him might have a ton of horse to go by him, but doesn't want to go by him because he hangs a little bit. The 6 horses, Mo Curls. Is that like the Globetrotter guy? Or is that like the Three Stooges? I don't know, one of the two. But it dropped to a maiden claimer last time after running in routes in the maiden special weights. Don't really necessarily like that, but I think it's a nice move facing our special weights here because it's a pretty good purse that we got for maiden special weights. And it's a lot of times it's easier than the maiden claimer in New York. Last race isn't good though, so that's concerning if you're back in Mo Curls. I mean, that's probably why he's 8-1 morning line. But if you draw a line through the last couple starts for Mo Curls, he's got the numbers to beat this field. Maybe the change of scenery could help this horse, and he'll respond to it. Yeah, Almez took advantage. It was a perfect trip, really. I thought Sophia Vivas ran a great race. Outbroke Trinity River, and it wasn't even asking, then allowed Trinity River to get the lead, backed off them, and Wisecracker ended up going after Trinity River. Now, he sat a nice trip and couldn't have worked out any better. Sophia Vivas came up the inside with this horse while the other ones went wide and almost stole the race. I mean, the horse shouldn't have been anywhere around. Sometimes the jockey matters or sometimes the trip matters. In this case, that's what happened. First time using Lasix last time. You see the improvement, but I think the trip had a lot to do with it. Is he going to get that kind of trip today? Probably not. But you got to think he may improve off of that route race too after the good effort. So he's another one to consider in race number 6. That's why I usually put that as a negative. When the horse has a perfect trip, a lot of times good horses get good trips because the jockey can position them anywhere. And that seems to be an old adage for horse racing, but there's no guarantee you're going to get that same kind of trip the next time you run. All right, 7th race, the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. It is named after one of our fallen ex-employee, worked at the gate, unfortunately passed away. So we did name the race after him. I think it used to be the Wine Country is what we used to call it. But this race has been dominated, I mentioned her earlier, by Deborah Breed. She always has a good horse for this race. It was Ladies Golden Guy when that horse was going well. I think he won last year via of a DQ. You had, of course, the Great Break in the Fever in the past as well, and then Jack and Bernie. Did he win it? I think he won one of the two as well. She's always got a good sprinter, in other words. All right, 7th race, but she doesn't have a horse in this race. It looks like the out-of-towners have the advantage over Hey Hey Harry and Crypto Causeway. You got a rematch of 10 Cent Town and Antonio Venice, who faced each other in the Barker, ran 1-2. And then you have the inside speed of the new face, Yo Banana Boy. This could get interesting. I mean, if Yo Banana Boy gets out there, gets the lead, going 6 furlongs, he's only a 3-time winner, but he's in against some tough optional claiming allowance horses. Antonio Venice and 10 Cent Town won't be that far behind. And again, I'm going to go with Antonio Venice to turn the tables on 10 Cent Town. I mean, I watched the race. I mean, Ray Lou ran a great race. Let's face it. He had Antonio Venice pinned on the inside. And when they turned for home, he took over the lead and made it a little bit tight, little race riding. So Antonio Venice had to get off the rail, which lost a little momentum, and then made another run at 10 Cent Town. It's hard to separate the two off of that race. It's a good effort. I think if it's an off track again, I think that does favor 10 Cent Town as well. So with the fast track and with a depending on the trips here, especially with the presence of Yo Banana Boy, I got Antonio Venice turning the tables on 10 Cent Town. Both are pretty good. And so is Yo Banana Boy, the new face. Again, he's only a 3-time winner, but he's shown some class and he's shown some speed, and he's chasing some quicker horses than these, which puts him on the lead. See any of these three winning, I'm going to go with the 5-6-2 for Rudy Rodriguez. Got him a couple times today. Good luck to him. All right, one of our biggest purses of the season, biggest races of the year, the $155,000 New York Derby. They did scratch the 4 Max Money Speedster, scratch the 5-horse, and of course the one most notable is the horse that supplemented, but they scratched the 6 Bravaro. Unfortunately, we won't see Irad Ortiz today, the leading rider in the country. We still got some good riders here with Manny Franco, Chris Elliott, Kendrick Carmouche will join us, and of course Jamie Rodriguez. What you have here looks to be an old-fashioned match race. They both have speed. They might both hook up early, and it's just a matter of who lasts. One advantage I get to give to Talk to Me Jimmy, he's inside of Skolko's Folly. Now, Skolko's Folly will probably be the favorite in here after winning a few in a row, including the Mike Lee. Keep in mind, Tin Cup Chalice is still the only horse to sweep the Big Apple Triple, which is the Mike Lee, the New York Derby, and the Albany Stakes in Saratoga. Skolko's Folly might be making a run at him. And he's been dominant. He's been dominant, beating up on New York breds. He's never been this far, though. I think that's the one knock on Skolko's Folly. If you're looking for a little chink in the iron, that would be it. And he's outside of Talk to Me Jimmy. Now, Talk to Me Jimmy's running in against 3-year-old open, not restricted for New York bred, and coming off a good number, running second in the Peter Pan Stakes. So this horse is on the Kentucky Derby Trail, and also ran just behind O'Sully. Sully's a good horse. I mean, that horse was in the Triple Crown races. I think the Derby and the Belmont, I want to say. I could be wrong. Talk to Me Jimmy won the Wither Stakes by a lot. He's got good speed. If Skolko's Folly isn't in the race, all he's got to do is clear Stick Up Without a Gun. And it's interesting to see what Stick Up Without a Gun is going to do with Talk to Me Jimmy and Skolko's Folly, also with speed outside of him. I'm assuming he's letting those two clear, battle it out, and sit third, because that's his best shot instead of chasing. So that could make things interesting in here, but maybe that could be a possibility. You only got a 4-horse field. Let the two big favorites battle it out, and who knows, maybe Stick Up Without a Gun might end up getting the dream trip. They get tired and pull off the upset. We've seen bigger upsets, including the biggest upset that I remember was Sal Iorio and Dino Freites with Don Corleone. Trying to think of the horse's name. It's one of my, I think the most memorable New York Derbies, are you going back, would be that one, that Don Corleone pulled off the big upset as a long shot. And of course, Tin Cup Chalice. I mean, Tin Cup Chalice, Pedro Rodriguez probably had the best clock on the front end than any jockey I remember here. Of course, they tell me Kevin Whitley was that good too. Kevin Whitley's was before my time. But Pedro had that clock on the front end, and he fit Tin Cup Chalice perfectly. And that's who you think about when you look at the New York Derby. It's a horse like Tin Cup Chalice, who won that race and all the stakes races, including the Indiana Derby, which they just ran this weekend. Just buried on the infield. Who's going to win it this year? We always see good horses in this New York Derby. And these horses, you talked about, and Talk to Me Jimmy's already proved that he could run against graded stakes competition, but so could Skolko's Folly with the numbers that he puts up. So even though we get the scratches, the two main contenders, I mean, Bravaro, you could have made a strong case for too, But two of the three main contenders still here, and we could have a nice match race in race number 8. Who knows? Maybe they could both stop and somebody else wins. All right, we're going to finish it off with a never won 2 claimer going 6 furlongs. Yeah, not a lot of speed in here. Looks like Disco Dancer provides the pace. Will that horse last on the front end? Probably not. But the problem with the horse I'm picking, Fiscal Drag, will be the lack of pace for this one because there's really no speed in the race other than Disco Dancer. So does Fiscal Drag have enough to close on? That's the key. Well, it's a significant drop in class to 5,000. I don't think you're going to get 7-2 on Fiscal Drag. He should be the favorite in here on the drop. But it is a question of, is he going to have enough pace to run at? And that's a good question. Ragster Prankster takes a drop in class. His last race is no good, and maybe that's why. Do you forgive the effort, or do you throw the horse out? I'm going to forgive the effort enough to use this horse second. If you draw a line through the last race, this horse is first or second, and probably second behind Fiscal Drag, numbers-wise, with his slight drop in class to 5,000. He's never seen this level, and if you forgive the last effort, you can play him. I'm going to. Sharp Playboy, what's the deal with Sharp Playboy? You use him underneath. That's always been the deal with Sharp Playboy. Might be a little better distance for him at 6, although he runs the same whether it's 5.5 or 3/4. He's got the one win. I believe it was at this distance. So, maybe 6 furlongs is a better distance for Sharp Playboy. He's had a lot of chances. That's why he's kind of an underneath horse. He ran a good second off the layoff. And last time he was closing some ground. He's a little more at the mercy of the pace because that's the best way that this horse runs to make that run. So he's got to hope that they stop up front. You can't chase with this horse. And you see how Jackie rides it, my former co-host. She rides the horse perfect. She sits, makes a run. And if you try to make that move too early with Sharp Playboy, you're going to finish off the boards. But I can see her doing that. And if the speed backs up Disco Dancer and he gets first run on Fiscal Drag, might work out that he could get to the winner's circle. The 5 Dignified Response was the one I used for 4th. Oscar Gomez will be aboard this one. Steven just ran, I think, at Saratoga a couple days ago. Took a right turn at the start, really affected that race. The maiden victory wasn't bad, and I like his last race. He ran a good second, closing some ground against this level, the 2 Lifetime 5. If he could repeat that effort, that puts him in the mix as well. So I went with a 4, 8, 9, 5 in today's last race. New York Derby Day, remember, we got some specials as well. You go up to the wire, they got the $3.50 meal deal. Hot dog, chips, and a drink. I think I might actually go check that out. Or if she could give me 2 hot dogs. I'll have to work out a deal up there. Anyway, Shirley and Lori up there at the wire will take care of you with the hot dogs. You got a nice day to watch racing, and man, we got one of the best cards. We got 3 stakes races, including the $75,000 New York Oaks, the $50,000 Leon Reed, and the $155,000 plus New York Derby. All today. Should be a lot of fun. Enjoy it. I'll be back tomorrow, Tuesday, with the 12:55 first post. Good luck.
Horses coming on the track for the first race from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 2 and 3. Number 1 is Rhymes Like Dimes and Michael DeVello Jr. Number 4, Z-Bear and Luis Perez. Number 5 is Peak, Manny Franco in the ride. Number 6, Passioned, Cabercoa. Number 7, Ola Sabal, Jeremias Flores in the irons. And number 8, First Trumpet with Raylu Gutierrez. Post time in just a few minutes. Track is fast here at Finger Lakes. I want to say a very happy birthday to Dennis Mick from Tim and Sean. Happy birthday, Dennis. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate for race 1 from Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. First race from Finger Lakes. First of 9 races on New York Derby Day here at Finger Lakes. Track is listed as fast. Sunny skies. Typical warm summer day here at Finger Lakes. New York Derby goes as race 8. New York Oaks goes as race 3. Leon Reed Memorial as race number 7. Down a field of 6 to go mile 70 yards. Now 4 to 5 at number 5 Peak. Manny Franco aboard for trainer Rudy Rodriguez. Ola Sabo into line. First trumpet to the outside. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's Ola Sabo who zips out for the front end. First trumpet accompanies that one on the outside in second. Z Bear along the inside in third. And then it's Passion to the outside of Peak. They're fourth and fifth, and Rhymes Like Dimes at the inside, the back of the pack as they navigate the first turn. 2 horses press to the pace. First trumpet to the outside of Ola Sabo. They're clear by 5. Over the gray, Z Bear is now off the inside in third. Peak is in the blue blinkers in fourth. Passion 3 wide in fifth and about 6.5 lengths off the lead. And then a margin of about 2 to Rhymes Like Dimes, who's at the back of the pack. First quarter mile, 23 2/5 up the backstretch. Ola Sabo to the inside and first trumpet. They're clear by 6.5, 7 lengths as Peak now fires on through towards the inside third. Z-Bear gets the reins shaken at him in fourth, and then it's Passion outside in fifth and Rhymes Like Dimes at the back of the pack at about 8 lengths off the lead. The half in 46 seconds flat. Big time pace in the front end. Ola Sabo first and second. As they have 5/16 to go. Z-Bear is on the outside in third. Passion goes wide. Peak is towards the inside, 3 lengths off the lead. And Rhymes Like Dimes is at the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Ola Sabo wins the battle with first trumpet, but Peak comes to attack on the outside. As it's Passion on the grandstand side in third. Rhymes Like Dimes up the inside fourth. 1 furlong to go. Ola Sabo, Peak to the outside with Passion. And then it's Rhymes Like Dimes towards the inside fourth. In deep stretch, Peak, Ola Sabo, Passion on the outside. It's Peak. Peak in front. Close for second, Ola Sabo in Passion. And then it was Rhymes Like Dimes. 5761. Number 5, Peak first. Mile 70 yards in 143.94. And to the winner's circle, number 5, Peak. Sixth career win for this Kentucky bred 6-year-old chestnut gelding by Candy Ride out of We Used to Sing. Rudy Rodriguez and Courtney Irving are the owners. Rudy Rodriguez, the trainer. Manny Franco, the winning jockey. Mr. and Mrs. William L. Pape, bred Peak. $6 the winning mutual. Exacta, $33.96. 50-cent trifecta, $15.15. Dime superfecta, $7.95. Second race, Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time in 22 minutes at 1:27 p.m.
Getting ready for race number 2, and what a finish of the first. It was Peak under Manny Franco getting the victory. As Olazabal probably ran the best race he's run, and he didn't win. I mean, this Olazabal's been a win machine overall, but stepped up to face those tougher starters, and if he didn't get pressed into defeat by First Trumpa, he would have won. But Peak and Passion both came rolling late, but it was Peak getting first run, and Manny Franco gets the victory for Rudy Rodriguez. All right, let's go to the second, a 5,000 claimer going 6 furlongs. And said it earlier, I mean, how much faith do you have with Kale's Dream, who's been a 4-time in a row beaten favorite, one of them via DQ, but the last 2 also on off tracks. One thing to say is he seems to have a tactical edge in this field as the inside speed. At 6 furlongs, he's got to carry that speed 3/4, but it's the second start of the year, and he's just got to carry his speed. He's got to not stop late like he did last time. I guess you could forgive the effort, considering it was slop, and consider it was his first start of the year. He should be sharper. The main threat does look to be the 6, Bustino Santino, making his second start of the year as well. Kind of against the racetrack last time. It was a heavy closers track on June 2nd, and he was up close throughout. Now, ignore the 47 because that's the kind of fractions they were doing that day with a slower racetrack. So, you compare a 47, that's probably like 46 on a normal day because it was a slower track. So he's got every room to improve, probably got something out of that race, and he's a big threat at odds of 5-1, second choice. Raw Courage makes his first start of the year, maybe more of a tightener than anything. Does show some decent works for the return, but you almost like to give the horse a race and then play him stretching out because he's a little inconsistent, and when he's won, it is in route races. He put 2 wins together last year. Adil Khan doing a great job with this horse. He won for 5 and then stepped up and won the 1 state bred. I mean, that's ideal if you're a horse owner. And he finished off the year when he dropped to 5 with a victory so he could come back for the waiver. Horse is dangerous, even though this isn't his best distance. He does have a victory going short, but obviously you would prefer this horse if you're playing him to win in a route race. Those are a few of the contenders for race number 2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the pick 3 starts with this race.
Horses coming on the track for race 2. Number 1 is Coach Bahi and Kevin Navarro. Number 3 is Raw Courage, GM Rohina. Number 4 is Makar, Jose Baez. Number 5 is Erie Man, Laird Bailey aboard. Number 6, Bustino Santino, Jeremias Flores. And number 7, Colton Goes, Nasario Alvarado. And already on the turn, number 2, Kali's Dream and Andre Worry. Post time in just a few. Post time in 2 minutes. Don't forget our $3.50 meal deal today on track at Finger Lakes. Sweegel's hot dog, bag of chips, 20-ounce soda for $3.50, and then additional Sweegel hot dogs, $2, and drafts are just $3. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 to go 6 furlongs. Odds on favorite at 3 to 5. Number 2, Kali's Dream. 3 to 1 second choice. Number 6, Bustino Santino. Coach Bahi the first to load up. Bustino Santino. Colton goes to the outside. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Colton Goes who sends out for the lead. Bustino Santino, flashing early speed. Makar. Kali's Dream getting on track towards the inside, going from mid-pack up into the lead. Colton Goes is in fourth. Coach Bahi towards his inside fifth. 3 lengths to Raw Courage, who's to the inside of Erie Man. Those two about 8.5 lengths off the lead, respectively. Half mile to go. It's Kali's Dream, who opens up by a little over a length. Makar, Bustino Santino in chase mode, second and third. Coach Bahi saves all the ground towards the inside in fourth. Colton goes deep on the course in fifth. 3.5, 4 off the lead. Then 2 lengths back to Erie Man to the outside of Raw Courage. As they wind their way to the quarter pole, Kali's Dream has opened up. Kali's Dream has the lead by 2.5. Bustino Santino outside second. Coach Bahi towards the inside in third. And then it's Makar. Erie Man one from the outside. Colton Goes is spun out very wide. They got 1 furlong to go. It's Kali's Dream on top by 3. Coach Bahi picking away at the margin in second. Coach Bahi's got dead aim on Kali's Dream. Kali's Dream and Coach Bahi. It's Coach Bahi sweeping on by for the victory. Kali's Dream second. Raw Courage third. Bustino Santino fourth. One, two, three, six. Race 2 from Finger Lakes. Coach Bahi first. To the winner's circle, Coach Bahi. 14th career win for this Kentucky bred 9-year-old dark brown gelding by Take Charge Indy out of Bauble. Windy Lee Farm owns Jonathan Buckley trains. Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. Mary Bell Stable. Bred Coach Bahi. 6 furlongs, 112.22. $11.80 the winning mutual, double $66.36, exacta $24.72, trifecta $20.88, dime super $13.27. Race 3 from Finger Lakes, the New York Oaks, $75,000 guaranteed. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 4 wagering. A pick 4 starts on race number 3, 21 minutes away for race number 3, the New York Oaks.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 3. It's the first of our 3 stakes races on today. This one for the fillies, the New York Oaks, going a mile in the 16th. Looking back at the second, yeah, Kelly's Dream doesn't want to win. He was off a step slow, but you could tell he was looking for competition late, and he got it with Coach Bahi. Kevin Navarro for John Buckley on the turn back. Coach Bahi gets the victory. Most unpredictable horses. Runs some days, doesn't run the others, but today was his day. All right, Oaks, let's look at some of the contenders in here. Look at the 2 outside horses. You got Vanetta for Danny Gargan. She has had 3 career starts. She ran second in her debut as a beaten favorite, then followed it up with a victory in the mud over rival Careless Whisper. The 2 of them ran together in that race. Both of them have had a start since, and both of them look good in victory to get through the maiden condition. One of them main condition, the other one winning the Bowery Stakes. That's Vanetta going 7 furlongs with a pretty good number. She ran 122 that day, very fast for that Saratoga race, especially for restricted 3-year-olds. Should like the extra distance. Some of these horses have not had experience going the 2 turns mile in the 16th, so that could be a factor in here. But she certainly has the route breeding. Yopan has been a pretty good route sire, and this one's a half to Miss Orb, who is a multiple stakes winner going long. Irish Fortune figures to be the inside speed, so she could be a factor as far as how these outside horses, the 2 main threats, figure their pace out. Now, Irish Fortune is probably the best bred for the mile in the 16th of the 3 main rivals, or 3 or 4 main rivals, we should say. She comes off a gate-to-wire victory last time. She probably won't have it as easy as that 7 furlong race, but she's able to get the lead from her inside position. She could go a long ways. The 4-horse Victory Hall might be the one to sit and pounce, take advantage of these horses that are forwardly placed. She's got some route experience. She ran in the Gazelle, which was a longer race, and it just was overmatched in there. She tried the Bowery Stakes that was beaten by Vanetta in that race. But maybe the pace scenario and her running style could help her here if everybody gets a little too aggressive early and you get a quick early pace of 46 and 4 or 47, because it just doesn't seem like these New York breds can keep going unless somebody has a really good performance. We'll see how fast they go early, but that could be a factor in this New York Oaks. So this looks like to be a pretty good race, and you could, even if you narrow it down to a few of these horses coming from New York, still a very competitive race between the few of them. New York Oaks goes off in about 8 minutes. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the pick 4 starts with this race. Good luck.
Fillies coming on the track for the New York Oaks. Number 1 is Irish Fortune, owned by Incan LLC. Tom Morley, the trainer. Ray Lou Gutierrez, the jockey. Number 2, Life is But a Dream. M. Anthony Ferrero and Elliot Wells, the owners. M. Anthony Ferrero, the trainer. Caber Koa, the rider. Number 3, Mobella Dream. Paul Wells owns. M. Anthony Ferrero trains. Chris Elliott, the rider. Number 4, Victory Hall. Tom Morley trains for owners Twin Sports Racing, Cypress Head Racing, and Let's Go Racing. Ricardo Santana Jr. in to ride. Current favorites, the 5, Veneta, owned by Sequel Racing. Danny Gargan, the conditioner, with Kendrick Carmouche. And last but not least, number 6, Careless Whisper, owned by West Point Thoroughbreds and James Politano. George Weaver is the trainer. Manny Franco, the jockey. That's the field for the New York Oaks. Post time in just a few. Fillies begin their approach to the starting gate for the New York Oaks. And the Phillies have arrived at the gate for race number 3, the New York Oaks. $75,000 guaranteed, mile and a 16th, a field of 6. 4 to 5 on number 5, Veneta. 8 to 5, number 6, Careless Whisper. 'Life is But a Dream' goes in. Mobella Dream will be next. Victory Hall. Veneta with jockey Kendrick Carmouche. And Careless Whisper and Manny Franco to the outside. Still 4 to 5 on Veneta. 8 to 5 on Careless Whisper. And they're all in the gate. Off and running in the New York Oaks, it's Irish Fortune who's bounding out for the front end. Victory Hall, Careless Whisper outside second and third. Life is But a Dream tucked in along the inside. And then it's Veneta who will be 3 wide around that first turn in second last. And Mobella Dream is at the tail of the field as they wheel around the first turn. It's Irish Fortune who's on the point, has a lead by a length and a half, too. Careless Whisper to the outside of Life is But a Dream, second and third. Veneta emerging in fourth, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Half length to Victory Hall is towards the inside in fifth, and a length and a half back to Mobella Dream, who trails the field. First quarter mile timed at 24 1/5, 5 furlongs to go in the New York Oaks. Irish Fortune doling out the fractions. The lead's a length and a half. Careless Whisper outside in second. Life is But a Dream towards the inside. Third, Veneta. Niggled upon by Carmouche to go after leaders. Now up into third. Victory Hall is in between horses fifth. 3.5 off the lead. And at the back, that's Mobella Dream. 3 furlongs to go. And the favorites are now first and second. Veneta with a 3 wide decisive bid takes over the lead. Careless Whisper attempts to counterpunch in second. Irish Fortune towards the inside. It's Victory Hall who's ranging up 4 wide into the home stretch up into a joint second. Life is But a Dream is in second last as they turn into the home stretch. It's Veneta. Veneta's homeward bound. Has a lead by 3. Victory Hall, the danger on the outside. Second, Careless Whisper, 1 pace in third. Life is But a Dream in fourth. They run to the 16th pole. Veneta has the lead by 3 lengths over Victory Hall, who's chasing but not catching Veneta. Veneta and Kendrick Carmouche take the New York Oaks by 2.5. Second, Victory Hall, dead tight for third. Careless Whisper to the inside of Life is But a Dream. 5-4 and a close photo for third. Number 5, Veneta first. Third went to the 6, Careless Whisper. Fourth, number 2, Life is But a Dream. Mile 16th at 146.19. Veneta, unofficial winner in the New York Oaks. Third race, the New York Oaks. Official. $3.54, the winning mutual. Veneta back to the winner's circle. New York bred. 3-year-old bay filly by Yupon out of Gypsy Angel. Sequel Racing owns. Danny Gargan trains. Kendrick Carmouche, the winning jockey. Sequel Thoroughbreds bred Veneta. Dime Super $7.43, double $23.40, Exacta $17.62, Trifecta $10.17. Fourth race Finger Lakes, scratch the 1, Sunday's Currency, the 5 All of a Suddenly, and the 6 Renew the Blue. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 3 wagering, post time in 21 minutes at 2:30 p.m. Trophy presentation being made in the winner's circle for the New York Oaks. Congratulations to the winning connections. Sequel Racing, Danny Gargan, and Kendrick Carmouche.
And congratulations to the connections of Vanetta, who was the winner of the New York Oaks. Kendrick Carmouche for Danny Gargan and Sequel Racing. Congratulations to them. Good performance by Vanetta. That gets us started. We still got two more stakes races on this Monday card, including the New York Derby. This fourth race, we scratched the 1, Sunday's Currency, the 5, All of Suddenly, and the 6, Renew the Blues. Pace scenario means everything here. You figure Solo Dioro's got the inside. Can he get a clear lead in here? Hey Pal would be the other one that's going to keep him honest. He's run a couple miles. He's been close. And he looks like the main threat. Is he going to play presser, or will he just kind of track the pace of Solo Dioro? Maybe he gets some help from either Doho Desert or his stablemate White Sport Coat could be aggressive from his outside position as he's stretching out of sprints. But if not, Solo Dioro might be able to control the pace here, as he's had the one start here at Finger Lakes, and he absolutely dominated maiden special weights. Once he took over, they weren't going to touch him. And he didn't put up the best number in that race, but it was, again, his first start over the track, and he would be no surprise if he came right back. He's currently at even money, especially if he's able to make the front. He's the most inside horse of the race with a scratch of the 1. You look at Hey Pal, they thought enough of this horse when he was a maiden to try him in the Aspirant and the New York Breeders' Futurity. Considering that he hadn't broken his maiden yet, he ran extremely well, finishing 4th in both of them, and then came back and won his maiden pretty convincingly, stretching out to a mile. So this is a good distance for him, going the mile 70. He's coming off that 3rd place finish, and that was a tough field that he was up against. Would be no surprise in here, especially if Solo Dioro doesn't have it, facing winners for the first time. He's the main threat. The 8 horse is Salty Ryan. Interesting last race for this horse, as he probably ran one of his best races, stretching out to a mile. Alma's got the perfect trip up the inside, but Alma's also bothered him. Alma's fouled him down the stretch. He came out on him. So the margin of victory, which was barely, actually thought Almaz won watching it live. They probably would have thrown out Almaz anyway if he won the race. So it was a good effort for Salty Ryan, and a better effort. And maybe this horse is on the improve and could come right back, at least be a top 3 threat against these rivals. We look at gray-haired Gus, who stretches out. His other route race wasn't that good. He seems like he's a better one-run sprinter in the sprint races. And White Sport Coat could be any kind, stretching out. He's only got one route race, and that was at Tampa on the turf, and didn't fire on the turf at all. So he'll have another chance. Maybe deserves another chance. Very well-bred horse by McLean's Music. Those are some of the contenders for race number 4. This starts the pick 3. Remember, we start the pick 5 in the 5th, the late one, because of the 9-race card. Exacta Super and Daily Double also available here.
Coming on the track, fourth race, Finger Lakes, scratch the 1, 5, and 6. Leading the post parade, number 2, Isola Doro and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 3 is Flat Cap and Chris Russell. Number 4, Gray-Haired Gus, Kevin Navarro. Number 7, Hey Pal, Kay Burkoa. Number 8, Salty Ryan and Oscar Gomez. Number 9, Doha Desert, Emmanuel De Diego. And number 10, White Sport Coat, Joel Cruz in the irons. Post time in just a few. 2 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 to go, miles 70 yards. 4 to 5, number 7, Hey Pal. 2 to 1, number 2, Isola Doro. Salty Ryan, Doha Desert, and White Sport Coat to the outside. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. Good start for Hey Pal, who streaks out for the front. Isola Dora towards the inside. Salty Ryan and Doha Desert on the outside. Doha Desert up in the second, contending for the top spot early on. The pace starts to quicken a little bit as they navigate that first turn. Fifth place belongs to gray-haired Gus, who's to the inside of White Sport Coat. And at the back, that is Flat Cap, who's about 9 lengths off the lead. 6 furlongs to go, and they transition to the backstretch. It's Hey Pal getting incessant pressure from Doha Desert, who's on the outside in second. Then a space of about 6 lengths to Salty Ryan in third. Isola Doro towards the inside fourth. White Sport Coat 3 wide in the clear in fifth. Then a length to gray-haired Gus behind rivals. And then 5 further lengths to Flat Cap, who trails. The half in 47 4/5. Half mile to go in this race. Hey Pal on top, the lead's a length. Doha Desert coming under pressure in second. And then it's gray-haired Gus in the 2-path, right to the outside of Isola Doro. White Sport Coat 4 wide. Now 2 lengths off the lead, up into third. Now up into second is White Sport Coat. Salty Ryan's in fifth. Doha Desert drops out of it, and Flat Cap passes that one. At the back of the pack as they turn into the home stretch, Hey Pal, White Sport Coat threatening on the outside. And then it's gray-haired Gus, who's up the rail in third. And Isola Doro's on the grandstand side in fourth. 3/16 to go. Hey Pal, shifting ground, on top by 2. Gray-haired Gus towards the rail. Isola Doro let loose on the outside. 16th to go. It's gray-haired Gus who gets on through towards the inside. Gray-haired Gus victorious, defeating Hey Pal. Then it was Isola Doro and Flat Cap. 4723. Number 4, Gray Haired Gus, first. Mile 70 yards and 144.81. Gray Haired Gus to the winner's circle. New York bred. 4-year-old Great Gelding by Mission Impassable out of Comet of Love. Windy Lee Farm owns. Jonathan Buckley trains. Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. 2 wins on the day for those connections. Windy Lee Farm, New York, LLC, bred Gray Haired Gus. $19.22, the winning mutual. Daily double $37.40. Exacta $43.32. Trifecta $20.31. Super $33. Pick 3 $48.63. Fifth race Finger Lakes, no scratches or jockey changes. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Post time race 5 in about 24 minutes at 3:04 p.m. Make your plans to be here in 2 weeks on Monday, July 27th for our first free handicapping challenge of the season. The winner will take home $1,000 in cash. Top 3 finishers receive prize money. The contest challenge is on the Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. Got to be an Ember Rewards member to participate. Don't miss it.
Okay, getting ready for race number 5. And what about gray-haired Gus? Good training job by John Buckley. Get the horse to stretch out. And Kevin Navarro got a nice trip right up the inside to pull off the minor upset. Gray-haired Gus wins race number 4. All right, late pick 4 or late pick 5 starts with the 5th. Got to remember that we got 9 races today. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also available. Remember, this pick 5 includes 2 of our stakes races: the Leon Reed Memorial, the 7th, and then we have the New York Derby, the 8th. Looking at this race, yeah, you look at Lincolnville Beach. She takes a drop in class, and she did not have a very good trip last time. I mean, she was outside, got fanned out wide, and never really could sit and make a run like she likes to do, and it really turned into a 2-horse race, and Lady Serenity and Charged Nurse. And Lady Serenity was the main speed. There was absolutely no pace in there, and you could tell by the first quarter. They went 23. So when you're a horse that likes to make a late run and they don't come back to you because of a slow pace, it's not going to happen. The day that she won was off the layoff against 5,000 claimers. She was in for the waiver claim that day, and now she's back down to 5,000. Very logical horse in this race. Maybe she gets some help from her stablemate, because if she doesn't, Tasty Wave could be very dangerous on the front end. Tasty Wave was running against starter allowance competition, dropped to 5 last time, and didn't get the right kind of trip for her. She likes to be forwardly placed, take over at the right time, and have the lead in the stretch. She may be able to do that in this race as she breaks inside of Ace up her sleeve, who may try to keep her honest. But I like her chances because of the tactical edge that she has. And she's going to be a little bit of a price in here at odds of 5-1. Beauty's Bangle is a tricky read in here, and she's kind of the wild card. She's better than these horses. She's probably better bred going long, but she's done most of her best racing going short. And she's run against better competition. She dropped to the level at the end of last year so she could come back and in for the waiver claim. So if she's on her game today, she could be a big factor in here. The problem is this is not her best distance, this 5.5 furlongs. She probably wants 3/4 or a little bit further. But class-wise, she certainly fits if she's fit and ready off the layoff, and the works are good for a pretty good trainer in Pat Parada. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the late pick 5 starts with the 5th. Got about 6 minutes to post.
Coming on the track, race 5 from Finger Lakes. Leading the post parade, number 1, Pleasant Dreams, and Laird Bailey. Number 2 is Reiterate, John Barrios. Number 3 is Mira Viglioso and Jose Ventura. Number 4, Ruby's Mission, Chris Russell. Number 5, Tasty Wave and Chris Elliott. Number 6, Lincolnville Beach, Andre Worry. There's the 2, Reiterate and John Barrios. Number 7, make that number 8, Glory Bound Clara, Jackie Davis. There's the 3, Mira Vigliosa, Jose Ventura, and number 9, Beauty's Bangle and Michael Davila Jr. Post time in a few. approaching the gate. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 9 fillies and mares going 5.5. 2-1 on both the 5 Tasty Wave and the 6 Lincolnville Beach. Now 9-5 on Tasty Wave. And then 7-2 on number 7 Ace Upper Sleeve in this condition claiming race going 5.5 furlongs. Mira Viglioso into line. Ruby's Mission. Tasty Wave. Lincolnville Beach. Ace Upper Sleeve. And Glory Bound Clara. And Beauty's Bengal. Beauty's Bengal to the outside. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Beauty's Bengal from an outside post setting out for the lead. Ace Upper Sleeve is up close. And then it's Tasty Wave, one of the grays in third, followed up by Glory Bound Clara and Lincolnville Beach, fourth and fifth. 3 lengths to Mira Viglioso, who runs along in 6. A length back to Ruby's Mission, who's 3 parts of a length in front of Reiterate, and a space of 5 to Pleasant Dreams, out sprinted in the early going at the tail of the field. Tasty Wave into the turn, has a lead by a length. Ace Upper Sleeve in hot pursuit in second. Beauty's Bengal nudged upon to go after the leaders in third, a length off the lead. Lincolnville Beach in some traffic, followed up by Glory Bound Clara in the pink cap. 3 lengths to Reiterate. Mira Viglioso is in third last, and then it's Ruby's Mission in 8th as they turn into the stretch. Beauty's Bengal now assumes command over Ace Upper Sleeve. It's Glory Bound Clara on the stand side. Lincolnville Beach towards the rail. Lincolnville Beach now assumes command. Beauty's Bengal back in second, then in third. Glory Bound Clara in deep stretch. It's Lincolnville Beach. Lincolnville Beach victorious, defeating Beauty's Bengal. Then it was Glory Bound Clara and Ace Upper Sleeve. 6987, number 6, Lincolnville Beach first. 5.5 and 105.90. It's official, $6.64 the winning mutual. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $765.28. Double $69.76. Exacta $35.78. Dime Super $43.80. Trifecta $41.13. Lincolnville Beach, New York bred, 7-year-old dark brown mare by Keen Ice at a second marriage. Sheila Engelhardt, the owner. Chris Engelhardt, the trainer. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. Ron Rojeski, bred Lincolnville Beach. Race 6 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 2, Joe G23, and the 10, Fancy Footwork. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time in 20 minutes at 3:35 p.m.
Horses are getting ready for race number 6, and yeah, that was Lincolnville Beach. Good job by Andre Worry, able to save ground and then go in between horses to get the victory over Beauty's Bangle. Lincolnville Beach makes it the 8th win of her career, and she gets the victory for Chris Engelhard. Drop and pop. That's how they call that when you drop to 5. Too good at that level. 6th race, we scratched the 2. Joe G, 23, scratched the 10. Fancy Footwork. Start talking about the 3 in on it. In on it has been no worse than 3rd over the last 4 starts against maiden claimers in New York. 2 of them against state bred conditions, and even was a beaten favorite last time. Puts in a late run. Just a matter of getting something to run at in here. Hard not to see this horse in the top 3 if he runs his race, but he has had his chances as far as getting through the maiden condition. He's 0 for 16 in his career, but this might be one of the easier fields he's faced, and he's going to get some play at odds of 3-2. The other horse they're playing is the 6 Mo Curls, who also dropped to a maiden claimer, but was running against state-bred maiden special weights going long in New York this spring and running competitively. If he could run a couple of those races, he can win here, and you're going to get probably a little better price than 8-5, but you're not going to get 8-1 on Mo Curls, but he certainly plays in here depending on which Mo Curls shows up. His last couple of races haven't been as good, but if you go back a few starts, he really plays. Now, you got 2 horses in here for Mike Ferraro. You got the speed of Trinity River and the stalker type of Elmez. Elmez actually hurt the chances of Trinity River last time because he outbroke him and forced Trinity River to use a little bit at the start to get in front of his stablemate, and then Wisecracker went after him after that. So Trinity River never got a break last time and ended up fading. May have needed the race anyway, coming off a layoff since November. This horse is certainly capable. If he's sharper today, he could get a clear early lead against this group, and there's a good chance that he will, depending on if Wisecracker goes after him again. Try like he hounded him last time. But you're going to get a much better price today on Trinity River, currently at odds of 6-1, and would expect this horse to improve off of the first start of the year and may even win this race if he's able to allowed to go early alone. The 7 Almez added Lasix last time, ran better, came up the inside and battled Salty Ryan, just beat him to the wire, but it was a good stretch duel between the 2, and it was far back to the 3rd place horse. But I mean, he did get a nice trip, and he also bothered the winner and still lost by a nose. So see if he can improve off of that race. It was his first time going long. They always say your 3rd start of the year, 2nd time long, is always a good angle here at Finger Lakes, and Almez fits the bill and currently at odds of 9-2. Both Ferraro horses seem to be good value on the board right now at 6-1 and 9-2 respectively. Exactitry Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts with a 6, scratch the 2 and the 10.
On the track, race 6 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Hold the Phone and Andre Worry. Number 3, In on It, Jamie Rodriguez, the jockey. Number 4, Trinity River and Luis Perez. Number 5 is Wisecracker, Oscar Gomez. Number 6, Mo Curls and Manny Franco. Number 7, Almez, Cabercoa. Number 8, Solomini's Legacy, Chris Russell. And number 9, Busy, 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 Kevin Navarro, the rider. Post time in just a few minutes. Two minutes. Approach the gate. At the gate for race 6 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 to go, a mile and 70 yards. Three to 2 on number 3, in on it. 9 to 5, number 6, Mo Curls. Solomini's Legacy. Busy, busy, busy. Buckley and Navarro going for their third win on the card. With Busy, Busy, Busy. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. Good start for Trinity River, who jets out for the lead. Almez, Wisecracker splitting rivals, now challenging for the top spot. Then in fourth place is In On It. Mo Curls deep on the course. Solomini's Legacy also wide, followed up by Hold the Phone towards the inside. Then about 8 lengths to Busy, 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 who's in the 8th and trailing position. About 6 furlongs to go, and it's Trinity River and Wisecracker going at it. First quarter mile, 23 1/5. They're clear by 9 lengths. Almez, Pink Blinkers outside third. Mo Curls towards the inside, now up into third. 4 lengths to In On It, who's about 5 lengths in front of Hold the Phone. Solomini's Legacy in second last at about 14 off the lead. And another 10 lengths to the trailer. And that is Busy, Busy, Busy. The half mile, 46 4/5. Trinity River and Wisecracker setting an ambitious pace. And now it's Mo Curls who draws ever closer. In On It towards the inside, trying to pick his way through traffic. In fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. Almez goes wide. In On It gets through towards the rail, but Mo Curls gets the jump on In On It. But In On It saving all the ground. Now up the inside, claiming the lead at the top of the stretches. In On It. Almez outside third, then in fourth. That's Trinity River. They turn into the stretch, and it's In On It who scampers clear by 3 lengths over Mo Curls. Almez outside third. Trinity River a distant fourth. 16th to go. It's In On It. Jamie Rodriguez aboard. In On It drawing clear to win this race by daylight. Mo Curls second. Almez third. Busy, Busy, Busy from last to get fourth. Three, 6, 7, 9. Number 3 In On It first. Mile 70 yards, 143.88. Back to the winner's circle, number 3, In On It. New York bred 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Include out of Gregorian Jest. Lisa Lugovich, owner trainer. A familiar jockey to Finger Lakes fans, Jamie Rodriguez. Richard Lugovich, bred In On It. $3.28, the winning mutual. Double, $11.94. Exacta, $9.14. 50-cent try, $4.56. Dime Super, $3.60. 50-cent pick 3, $38.53. Pick 4, 4 of 4, $64.20. Seventh race, Finger Lakes, the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes, scratch number 4, Pompous Prince. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time, race 7 in 20 minutes at 4:05 p.m.
Okay, we're in the paddock for another stakes race, the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. Looking back at the 6, man, couldn't have set up any better for in on it. Jamie Rodriguez with a perfect ride, as he used to ride like that when he rode here in the past with 5-time leading jockey Jamie Rodriguez. Got the duel he needed between Trinity River and Wisecracker. I mean, they were really laying it down up front, and the rail happened to open up as Trinity River just drifted out enough that it was made it even easier for in on it. Actually, the stablemate hurt his own stablemate's chances by coming off the rail and letting in on it come through. But this horse was best and got the victory. Jamie Rodriguez for Lisa Lugovich wins race number 6. All right, let's look at the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. We did get a scratch of the 4, Pompous Prince. There's 3 of the 5 are getting played. 3 of the 5 horses. Yeah, Yo Banana Boy is the inside speed. You got Antonio Venice and 10 Cent Town, who met here on Memorial Day. It was a great finish. 10 Cent Town took over the lead from his outside post. Antonio Venice was stuck on that inside, and 10 Cent Town made it a little tight. And he had to check a little bit, get off the rail, and then came back on again. And it was a close finish. But we'll try it again at 6 furlongs, same 2 horses, except on a fast racetrack. One of the things you notice about 10 Cent Town is his record on an off track. He's not going to have the off track advantage over Antonio Venice today. So maybe a chance for Antonio Venice to turn the tables on 10 Cent Town, but they're both getting some play off of that good George Barker race. The wild card in here, and the key to the race, is Yo Banana Boy. He's only a 3-time winner, but very well bred and does have early speed. If this horse gets the front end and gets clear on the front, they may have a tough time running him down. He's been running against some tough optional claiming allowance horses, and the last few starts against allowance not restricted for state breds. Nowhere's near the front last time, but he has been chasing quicker fractions, and maybe he can inherit the lead from that inside position and being inside of 10 Cent Town and Antonio Venice. But really, these are the big 3 of the 5 horses. Hey Hey Harry and Crypto Causeway both probably got to hope that these horses get involved with some kind of a speed duel in the early stages of this race, especially Crypto Causeway, who's the deep closer in the race. Remember last year in the Genesee Valley Breeders, this horse ran a good 4th, but it was one of the earlier stakes races. The Crypto Causeway almost pulled off the upset over Jack and Bernie. So he's capable, but he's clearly at the mercy of the pace. There is a possibility of the pace developing in this race, but it seems like as far as the class advantage, 3 of the 5, all the out-of-towners, look to have the advantage. And you look at the odds right now on the board, 7-5, 8-5, and 9-5 on the 3 out-of-towners. Our 2 locals, double-digit odds. So that's how they're wagering on the race. It all depends on pace flow. I think the pace flow is going to matter big time in this race as far as what happens early with Yo Banana Boy and Antonio Venice at 10 Cent Town, as far as who can get the trip in here and end up winning the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts. Remember, this late Pick 3 includes the running of the New York Derby, which will take place in race number 8.
horses coming on the track for the 7th race, the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. Let's meet the field. Number 1 is Hey, Hey, Harry. Tim Murphy, owner, trainer. Andre Worry, the jockey. Number 2, Yo, Banana Boy. Ricardo Santana Jr. in the ride. Number 3, Crypto Causeway, Jeremiah Flores. Number 5, Antonio of Venice, Manny Franco, the rider. Riding out the field, number 6, 10 Cent Town, Ray Lou Gutierrez, the jockey. That's the field for the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. Post time in just 2 minutes. 2 minutes to post. Two minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate for race 7, the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes here at Finger Lakes. Approach to the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race 7 from Finger Lakes, the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. Get a field of 5 to go 6 furlongs. 7 to 5, number 5, Antonio of Venice. 3 to 2, number 2, Yo Banana Boy. And 9 to 5, number 6, 10 Cent Town. 10 Cent Town, Antonio of Venice, 1 2. In the George W. Barker Stakes a few weeks back. 10 Cent Town. To the outside, they're all in the gate. Often running in the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. Slight hop at the start for 10 Cent Town. Antonio of Venice goes out for the lead. 10 Cent Town's on the outside. Yo, Banana Boy, white blinkers in third, 2 lengths off the lead. And then the stretch runners, Crypto Causeway to the outside of Hey Hey Harry at the back. It's 10 Cent Town. It finally makes the front end, has the lead by a length over Antonio of Venice, who rates in second. Yo, Banana Boy draws closer, third, 2 lengths off the lead, off the inside. 2 lengths to Hey Hey Harry, second last, and a length to Crypto Causeway, who trails. First quarter mile, 22 4/5, 3 furlongs from the winning line. 10 Cent Town, Yo, Banana Boy, now threatening on the outside in second. Antonio of Venice shuffled along the inside, third, only a length and a half off the lead. Then 5 lengths to Crypto Causeway to the outside of Hey Hey Harry as they arrive at the top of the stretch. 10 Cent Town and Yo, Banana Boy attacks on the outside, and Yo, Banana Boy puts the white blinkers in front. 10 Cent Town attempts to re-rally up the inside second. Third place, Antonio of Venice. 16th to go. It's Yo, Banana Boy, and Ricardo Santana Jr. drawing clear to win the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes by 3. 10 Cent Town was second. Crypto Causeway gets third over Antonio of Venice, who's fourth. 2635. Number 2, Yo. Banana Boy first. 6 furlongs, 110.24. Back to the winner's circle. Number 2, Yo. Banana Boy. New York bred 5-year-old bay gelding by Practical Joke. Out of Tis Something Royal. Robert Craftiger, the owner. Mike Maker, the trainer. Ricardo Santana Jr., the winning jockey. Triumphant Trio. Bred Yo. Banana Boy. $4.58, the winning mutual. Double $8.48. Exacta $13.04. Trifecta $17.50. Dime Superfecta $4.82. Eighth race at Finger Lakes, the New York Derby. Purse $164,000. No show, no try, no superfecta wagering. Scratch the 4, 5, and 6. Exacta daily double wagering. Post time in about 21 minutes. Trophy presentation in the winner's circle being made by Jack Keller, Clerk of Scales here at Finger Lakes.
All right, getting ready for our feature race of the day, the $155,000 New York Derby, our biggest purses of the season. Always attracts some really, really nice 3-year-old New York breds, and today is no different. But looking back at the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes, a race named after one of our former employees, Yo Banana Boy looked pretty good that whole race. He was only a 3-time winner, but he looked the part, and just a nice stalking trip by Ricardo Santana. Went by when it counted and got the easy win for Mike Maker, who's had a lot of success with the horses he sends here. All right, no try, no super, no show in this race as we're down to 4 betting interests. We scratched the 4 Max Money, 5 Speedster, and the 6 Bravaro all out, so left with 4 betting interests. You see where the money is. The 3 Talk to Me Jimmy and the 7 Skolko's Folly, they're the 2 that are going to get most of the action in here. You know, Skolko's Folly is looking for 5 in a row and has gotten really good against New York bred competition. Broke his maiden and tried Laurel competition, then went to New York, won a starter, and then followed it up with 3 straight stakes appearances coming off the Lasix, and has run well in every single one. It was won by multiple lengths. He's got 5-time leading jockey Jamie Rodriguez aboard. Jamie already with a win today earlier on the card. Of course, he's putting up some good numbers as well. He looks tough, and so does Talk to Me Jimmy. I mean, Talk to Me Jimmy broke his maiden in his second start, and instead of trying New York bred competition, this horse went right up against 3-year-olds open competition, basically on the Derby trail. Won the Withers by a lot, got the lead in there and kept going. Then followed it up with a decent finish in the Wood Memorial behind Ocelli. Remember, Ocelli was 3rd in that race. That was came back to run pretty good in the Triple Crown races. And then his last start was a 2nd place finish in the Peter Pan. New York breds this should be an easier spot for Talk to Me Jimmy, but really it turns into a match race on paper where they both have speed. Talk to Me Jimmy and Skolko's Folly, they may hook up right away and turn it into a 2-horse race all the way around the racetrack. That'll be interesting if that happens. Would be a nice match race. Could one of the other 2 horses take advantage if the 2 of them do go out there and battle with each other a little bit? Like Stick Up Without a Gun, who's got natural speed but doesn't need the lead. He could probably break, let the other 2 go, sit right behind the 2 speeds, and then try to hope that maybe they duel each other into defeat and take advantage when it counts with Chris Elliott. Comes off a poor effort in the Mike Lee, but his other races aren't that bad. I mean, they tried him in the Champagne Stakes, way, way, way too tough for this New York bred. Not impossible if that scenario occurs where you get a speed duel between the 2 main contenders on the front end. But what can you say about Talk to Me Jimmy? This would only cost $31,000 as a yearling, so could be quite a good budget buy for these owners. And you look at Skolko's Folly as well. I mean, he's gotten really, really good. Now, remember, there's only been 1 horse that's won the Mike Lee, the New York Derby, and the Albany. We used to call it the Big Apple Triple, and that was one of the top Finger Lakes horses ever, talking about Tin Cup Chalice. Maybe Skolko's Folly, if he wins this race, may try to make a run at that record held by the great Tin Cup Chalice. So no try, no super, no show in our feature of the day, the $155,000 New York Derby. We scratched the 4, 5, and 6. Good luck.
field is coming onto the track for the New York Derby. No show wagering, no try, no superfecta wagering. Scratch the 4, 5, and 6. Number 1, Stick Up Without a Gun, leads the post parade, owned by Harold Lerner LLC, AWC Stables, and Nehawk Stables. Ken McPeak is the trainer. Chris Elliott, the rider. Number 2 is Chrysler. Paul Barrow trains for Breeze Partners. Jeremiah Flores, the riding assignment. Number 3, Talk to Me Jimmy. SCI Thoroughbreds, Rudy Rodriguez, Michael Imperio, the ownership. Rudy Rodriguez, the trainer. Manny Franco in to ride. And number 7, Skulko's Folly. Michael Dubbs, the owner. Richard Dutrow Jr., the trainer. Jamie Rodriguez in the irons. That's the field for the New York Derby. Post time in just a few minutes. Two minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate for the New York Derby. And the horses have reached the starting gate for the 8th and featured race, the New York Derby. Purse $164,000, field of 4 to go a mile 16th. 3 to 5 on number 3, Talk to Me Jimmy. Even money number 7, Skulko's Folly. Talk to Me Jimmy, Skulko's Folly, the last two to load up. Skulko's Folly to the outside. They're all in the gate. Off and running in the New York Derby. Good start for all four. It's Skulko's Folly who bursts out for the front end. Stick Up Without a Guns up the inside, rank in second. And then it's Talk to Me Jimmy's on the outside, now up into second. Chrysler takes in proceedings at the tail of the field as they navigate the first turn. It's Skulko's Folly on top by 3 parts of a length, now a half length. Talk to Me Jimmy outside in second. Stick Up Without a Gun. Shuffle back in third, 3 lengths off the lead. Then about 6 lengths to Chrysler, who trails the field. First quarter mile, 23 seconds as they travel up the backstretch. Skulko's Folly on top, the lead's about ahead. Over Talk to Me Jimmy on the outside, applying the heat in second. Stick Up Without a Gun towards the inside third, 4 lengths off the lead. And 7 lengths back to the trailer, that is Chrysler. The opening half in a scorching 45 3/5. Entry into the far turn. Skulko's Folly leads by a half length. Talk to Me Jimmy pressing to the outside second, then about 8 lengths back to Stick Up Without a Gun in third, and Chrysler is outside of him, now out of last, but still 10 lengths off the lead. As they arrive at the quarter pole, a struggle between Talk to Me Jimmy and Skulko's Folly. These two clear by 9 lengths over Chrysler in third. Stick Up Without a Gun's at the tail of the field as they got 3/16 to go. Skulko's Folly comes back for more towards the inside. Talk to Me Jimmy and the white blinkers on the outside. They're clear by 8. Chrysler is in third. 16th to go. Talk to Me Jimmy with the upper hand late. Skulko's Folly towards the inside. It's Talk to Me Jimmy in the New York Derby. A hard-fought win, defeating Skulko's Folly. Then it was Chrysler. A mile and a 16th in 146.67. Number 3, Talk to Me Jimmy first. Number 7, Skulko's Folly. Third, number 2, Chrysler. Fourth, number 1, Stick Up Without a Gun. A mile to 16th in 146.67. back to the winner's circle. Winner of the New York Derby, number 3, Talk to Me Jimmy. Now 3 for 6 lifetime, this New York bred. 3-year-old bay colt by Modernist out of Prairie Trip. SEI Thoroughbreds, Rudy Rodriguez and Michael Imperio, the ownership. Rudy Rodriguez, the trainer. Manny Franco, the winning jockey. Majestic View Farms International bred, Talk to Me Jimmy. $4.36, the winning mutual. Daily double, $8.76. Exacta, $6.14. Ninth and final Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta try, superfecta wagering. Post time for the ninth and final in about 20 minutes at 5:05 p.m. Trophy presentation for the New York Derby. Lots of people assisting. Got Neil DeMoney, assistant general manager here at Finger Lakes. Jerry Richards, racing secretary. Todd Height, director of racing. Jack Keller, clerk of scales. Terry Whitney, the cage manager. All congratulating the winning connections in the New York Derby. Talk to Me Jimmy. Besides the trophy, a bottle of wine also will be given to the winning connections from Agnes Wine Cellars, an award-winning Finger Lakes wine producer. Congratulations to Talk to Me Jimmy, winner of the 2026 New York Derby.
And getting ready to conclude this pretty good Monday card, including the New York Oaks and New York Derby. What a race that one turned out to be. You won't see a better match race than that. What a stretch duel. Everybody was cheering throughout the stretch. Pretty exciting stuff between Jamie Rodriguez and Manny Franco. The two of them just battled and battled and battled, and the best horse, talk to me, Jimmy, they were probably just good that there wasn't a really good closer to eat them up, because they really laid it down throughout that race. Reminds me of like an affirmed Alidar type race with Talk to Me Jimmy and Skolko's Folly. Well, Manny Franco gets the win for trainer Rudy Rodriguez, and it really turned out to be a very exciting New York Derby. All right, just a reminder, especially if you're new to Finger Lakes, you're just watching our stakes races today. Well, we do run Monday through Wednesday throughout this season. We're going to have a 12:55 first post every day. So Monday through Wednesday, this week, tomorrow, of course, we continue with 8 more races on that live card. Now let's look at the last race today. It's a never won 2 5,000 claimer going 6 furlongs. You see where the money is. Fiscal drag on the drop in class. Winston D's going to get overbet off of his last race because he turned out to be lone speed in a 23 first quarter. Of course, he's going to come home quick. So he's going to get a little overbet, and he's a favorite right now. But the problem here is there isn't any speed. The speed comes from Disco Dancer, the 6 horse, and Winston D would be the closest one to that horse early. So maybe that's why they're playing Winston D off the last number, and he should be close up in a relatively paceless race with the exception of the 6 horse. Now looking at the 4, he needs something to run at, and that's the main issue. But the drop in class for Fiscal Drag coming from New York, he simply should be better than these. It's just a matter of backing up enough to him at 6 furlongs. But he's the horse to beat, and he's currently at odds of 9-5, even though Winston D's currently getting bet more than that horse off of a easy $5,000 victory. The 8 horse is Ragtime Prankster, who does offer some value right now at odds of 7-1. So it drops in class. I mean, the last race wasn't good for Ragtime Prankster, but if you can draw a line through his last race and look at his previous starts, he's going to be tough. He does have some natural speed, maybe not as fast as Disco Dancer, but he should be up close throughout. And 7-1 is quite the price for Ragtime Prankster on the drop in class. Sharp Playboy, yeah, you don't want to bet him to win usually. At least 6 furlongs should be a better distance for Sharp Playboy. That's where he's had his maiden victory, his one career win. He just doesn't want to win. And he just picks up horses with kind of a mild rally every race, but at least in 3 quarters, he could stay close enough and make a run. And maybe this field, he could get the right kind of trip to get the victory. He's certainly got a good rider aboard, Sharp Playboy. Hard not to use this horse in tries and supers, but also hard to have faith in him to put him on the front end. And then you get the 5, Dignified Response. I threw this one for 4th for a long shot. Was running against Tougher at Penn National. Not really competitive at all in those races. But came here and broke his maiden in his first start over the track. Didn't get much respect at 28-1. And then ran against winners this condition going this distance and actually ran okay. If he repeats that effort, that might sneak him into the number and make it into your superfecta at a big price. So those are some of the contenders for the last race on today's Monday card. We continue tomorrow with a 12:55 post for that 8-race card.
Horses coming on the track for the ninth and final. Number 1 is Just a Guy. Jeremiah's Flores up. Number 2 is Rev Parker and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3 is Peeling Out, Luis Pena. Number 4 is Fiscal Drag, Luis Perez. Number 5, Dignified Response, Oscar Gomez, the jockey. Next up, number 6, Disco Dancer and Asario Alvarado. Number 7, Sway the Jury and Chris Russell. Number 8, Ragtime Prankster, John Barrios. Number 9, Sharp Playboy, Jackie Davis. And number 10, Winston D. And Chris Elliott aboard. Post time in just a few. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate for the ninth and final from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 10 to go 6 furlongs. 8 to 5, number 4, Fiscal Drag. 2 to 1, number 10, Winston D. Peeling out, going up. Disco Dancer in, Sway the Jury. Ragtime Prankster, Sharp Playboy, and Winston D. One out, Winston D. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Slow start, just a guy. It's Disco Dancer the Gray who barrels out for the front end. Winston D far outside. Here's peeling out at the fence up in the second. Sway the Jury, Sharp Playboy third and fourth. Winston D 4 wide fifth, 3 off the lead. 2 lengths, Dignified Response runs along in sixth. 3 parts of a length, the Ragtime Prankster seventh. A space of about 7 lengths to Fiscal Drag in second last and third last, and 3 lengths to Just a Guy is 5 lengths in front of Rev Parker in the 10th and trailing position. First quarter mile, Legitimate 22 3/5. Disco Dancer on the turn has a lead by a length and a half. Peeling out is All Out in second, now losing second to Sharp Playboy. Winston D challenges on the outside of that one, and then it's Ragtime Prankster deep on the course in fourth. Dignified Response, White Blinkers fifth. Fiscal Drag, Green Bridle outside sixth. About 8 lengths off the lead. They got 3/16 to go. Disco Dancer, Winston D gets every chance to the outside. Ragtime Prankster, and then it's Dignified Response towards the rail, and outside of Fiscal Drag, wide open here, 16th to go. Dignified Response, Winston D, Fiscal Drag on the outside. It's Dignified Response. I think got there over Fiscal Drag. Ragtime Prankster also was right there. Number 5, Dignified Response first at 23 to 1. Second, number 4, Fiscal Drag. Third, number 8, Ragtime Prankster. Fourth, number 10, Winston D. Five, 4, 8, 10 in the ninth and final. It's official. Daily double, $106.92. Pick 4, 4 of 4, $294.55. Pick 5, $1,383.62. Exacta, $317.72, 50-cent try, $323.04. Super, $178.56. Pick 3, $65.24 to the winner's circle. Number 5, Dignified Response. New York bred, 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Instagram out of Jet Majesty. D. White Wadhams, owner, trainer, Oscar Gomez. The winning jockey. The ninth race is the last live race here at Finger Lakes on New York Derby Day. Next live racing date will be tomorrow, first post at 12:55 p.m. Eastern Time. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening. And programs available for download for the Tuesday card at fingerlakesgaming.com.